All right, tip top. Let me just get my situation dialed in here. Chat. Okay, we're good. Auto switching behavior is working. We are live. We are ready. All right. So, gonna close this. We're done with that. What are we after today? So, day 31. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Today is going to be split effort between getting some documentation set up and finalizing just everything that relates to supporting the intern that's going to be joining tomorrow and actually is joining our planning session tonight, which is crazy. So anyways, there's that. And then in addition to that, I'll be working on, as promised, mentioned yesterday, starting to work on some outbound trigger functionality, which is super exciting. Anywho, give me a second. Just messaging my co-founder about potentially cleaning up linear. Actually, no, I can go ahead and do that. Anyway, all right. So yeah, the first little bit here, I'm just going to be kind of working away at this, at improving these ramp up docs. And oh, I'm definitely a bit tired today. Didn't get the best sleep last night, but it's okay. That's what it is. Okay, nice. This is much better. Go. That's funny. Can you change the four verticals to like the description to actually just say two verticals? Uh, well, actually just edit the description so that it describes primary is real estate, although we do have customers in other verticals and can apply to really any small business, and we're currently moving into medical. Um, hmm. For the accounts and access in the beginning, remove the mention of post hog float. For the local environment, so hmm. Hmm. Weird. For the hmm. For each of the ramp up tasks, instead of actually having a description of the task there, Instead, just actually have like a very like clean one-line description and then link directly to the linear task that is associated with that. If there is no such linear task, you should create it and put that link directly in there. But we should definitely not have like details on how to actually complete the task, like the touch points and stuff. That's for like the intern to figure out. This should be these should be regular tasks that he has to go into the system and understand like what's going to be necessary in order to complete it. Um, so yeah, in the ramp up tasks, like in the description underneath ramp up tasks, like mention that these are like specifically, scoped for, like I guess scoped in a way that we like for regular engineers, and we encourage you to leverage AI to help you understand what's going to be needed to make these adjustments and explore the code base as well, like on your own. And then we're encouraged to ask any questions to Kyle or into the hashtag EMLY channel, as needed. Just in case the phone number selection UI isn't clear, if there isn't a issue related to that, basically what that looks like is right now users can basically like you can purchase a new phone number and stuff like that, and when you purchase a new phone number, if it's an existing user that purchases a new phone number that replaces the old one, we need to make sure that that is detached from their account so that it's free, like I guess like up for grabs, or like it's available. And then and like yeah, essentially alongside that, um, the UI from a UI UX perspective is going to stay the exact same. It's merely just the case where if there are no filters, then we should prioritize showing our own phone numbers that haven't already like aren't already assigned to another like workspace, uh, or and then once they actually apply a filter, the same idea, but it's just like basically we resolve the entire list of both our own phone numbers as well as ones they can purchase. And then we just simply show if there's any of our own phone numbers that meet their filter criteria, then we just show those ones first, uh, like the first ones on the list. And then just remove the whole thing about stretch ideas entirely. Hmm. What to do? What to do? I'm trying to think of like a task that I like more than this redesign phone number thing. Actually, so for the redesign phone number selection UI, I actually so go ahead and create or adjust and refine the linear issue that is associated with what I just rambled on about. But as far as the intern's ramp up week, I actually want to replace this task with adding opening greeting templates. Like, let's say, I don't know, 3 opening greeting templates. Just super simple using the relevant variables like the business name or like the reference name variable and then the agent name variable. And then um, actually adding a regenerate or a refine with AI button on the main objectives so that they can enter in a prompt and AI can refine the main objectives with that prompt in mind. And hmm, hmm. Oh, I don't know what's the right like level of complexity. It's really tough because the refine with AI is like an end to end. I kind of like it because it touches everything end to end. It involves adding an API, involves creating a handler, involves like creating an AI pipeline. Like it's a really like it's a nice task. Um, huh. Yeah, yeah, and so you're gonna have to create a linear issue for that if it doesn't already exist. For your rename your first week to just like onboarding, I guess, or onboarding schedule, or I don't know, something that you think is better, and then for and then add a week two section that is like pretty open ended. It's basically just like saying like wrapping up uh some like wrapping up some of those ramp up tasks and starting to like think and dive deeper into the project with in whatever time you have, kind of thing. Hmm. Hmm. No. Remove the Team Tools tab entirely and the Vendors and Stack tab. I already told you that the Vendors and Stack tab is going to be replaced by just the Architecture tab, which references the Vendors and Stack anyways in that HTML document. So we don't need a Vendors and Stack tab at all. I don't think this is realistic. I want to say that this is realistic, but it's just really not. In a 10-week internship, I feel like, well, maybe it is. I mean, first 4 weeks, customer meetings. Hmm. Make the candidates we've considered Calendly, Jobber, Zapier, Square appointments, and MindBody. Remove the rest. Marvin, if you're, or whoever, Claude, if you're watching this, or when you are watching this, cut the last 1 minute of the stream. Put some sort of like, actually, I want you to just completely UI redesign the welcome JAD page. Like, you can completely change all of the content. You can reorganize it. You can switch things around. You can add new things. You can remove things that don't really make much sense anymore. You can tighten things up. And I also want you to just add like a little like kind of jokeful intro that it's like this onboarding was built with Claude. Uh, so basically, treat it as a starting point and ask any questions to Kyle or Josh if anything's confusing or whatever. Or maybe jokefully tie it to like how AI first we are. I don't know. Strip down the scripts and SOPs. Strip down the uh, strip down the scripts and SOPs to literally just like daily commands. And the daily commands is really just npm run dev, npm run CI, npm run like the migrate commands, which please include that. The deploy commands, so the 2 migrate commands, the 2 deploy commands that are run from the root, and the port forwarding command for port forwarding prod, and the migrate command for dev. So like the migrate command for dev, make sure to pair that with like running the local oh, I see. Actually, there's already an SOP for Prisma migration. So I guess daily commands is really just like literally just dev, npm install, npm run dev, npm run CI, and then the 2 deploy scripts. That's literally it. That's the only thing that needs to be known. We don't need to have the per package commands here. We don't need the EMLY CLI helpers. We definitely don't need the payload CMS section at all. Okay, the deploy commands, the deploy section, actually, maybe you can keep that. I think I'm fine with that. Just remove anything that maybe is like just overly confusing. Like keep in mind, this is for an intern to be reading, right? So we don't need to like confuse them with things that just aren't really necessary. So for example, like CloudFront cert, like why like we don't even need to mention that. That doesn't even need to be mentioned at all. Like that's not part of my workflow. So why should we mention it as a part of theirs? Same thing with the other scripts, like the backfill scripts and the sync and check scripts. Just remove that whole section. As well as like the other useful daily workflows, just remove that too. And maybe just write like a Kyle's typical flow section or something like that, which is literally just like one, like, use AI to investigate and explore potential solutions or things within the code base. 2, either use the task planning skill or just develop the task immediately with like with Codex if it's like a smaller one. 3, migrate to like migrate deploy to the local database and beta when necessary. 3, npm run dev to test the changes locally. And then put in brackets, assuming SQS or anything that needs to hit our like live server isn't involved. And then after testing, you know, refining as necessary or fixing bugs with AI. Then after that, running the commit skill with AI. 3, running the rebase skill if necessary with AI. To get the change into the dev branch. After that, deploying to beta, testing to make sure that it works as expected. After that, you can put in brackets like create a, or put like create a PR to get the code into main. Or no, just create a PR. Just say just create a PR to collect comments from Kyle. And then obviously just mention like in brackets, like, obviously I don't do this, but the intern should, or you should. Um, and then just repeat the process like until the comments are resolved. Uh, and then leave the branch on beta, or leave the commit on, sorry, on dev. Oh no, there's an alarm that just went off in production. It's actually tragic. Oh no. Oh. Also, I told you to completely redesign the welcome Jad page, but it looks like pretty much the exact same as what it did before. I don't really even know what you changed. Doesn't like you didn't do anything. You just added the little heads up part and that's it. I asked you to completely redesign it from the ground up. I told you that you have full flexibility to reorganize things, adjust things, like add things, remove things. you didn't really do anything. I mean, okay, I see like you put primary vertical real estate. I don't know. I'm just a little bit confused. Like it also looks very awkward where it has like the shape of your work and it's like this long paragraph, and then right after that you have how we work, and then it's just like one sentence. It's like it doesn't look good at all. Also, why did you put investigate and explore with AI as the first step, and then you just included task planning and actually like coding like, in that step, but then you jump straight to run migrations against your local DB? Like what? Like you didn't even have like a step 2 or step 3, which is about like actually doing the work. Like step 1 is obviously investigate and explore, and step 2 is obviously just actually executing the plan or like actually doing the work alongside AI. What the heck? Okay, AI is like missing like literally all of my comments. I don't know what's happening here. Just want to make sure that you actually covered all of my previous prompts because like you keep on forgetting things and I'm a little bit concerned. Oh no. Please spawn subagents to speed up this investigation and fix this immediately. Use like there was recent scripts to clean up knowledge base related stuff run. If you look in the like if you look at the recent commits, you'll see knowledge base related stuff that's been run. I'm not sure if that helps. Don't let it like overly blind you, but yeah, we definitely need to fix this like really, really like as soon as possible. This is a customer impacting issue. Could you do another UI redesign? The Claude wrote this onboarding just looks way standoutish, and it does not fit with the overall UI of this at all. Yeah, this looks pretty bad to be honest. You can change the content. Like I just want you to take full control of this entire page. Like you can rethink the what you're walking into. You don't need to be blinded by what was already existing. Like generally speaking, what's on the page now needs to still like generally be here. But as far as exactly what's mentioned and exactly how this is formatted, I want you to just come up with something completely new. No, I'm not talking about the alarm regression. I'm talking about like the actual issue itself, like the knowledge base issue is what I'm talking about. Like I don't care at all about this knowledge base or whatever you're talking about right now. I'm talking about um like whatever you're doing right now, I don't care about. Like I'm talking about the actual knowledge base related issue. Stop fixing whatever alarm related stuff you're working on and start focusing on the actual customer impacting stuff. Like, you're writing tests when the tests don't matter. There's literally a rule in my agents.md that explicitly says that you should not write tests. Don't write tests unless it's actually helping you debug the root cause. No, no, I'm not asking you to revert your alarm only edits. I'm asking you to just focus your effort on what matters. You don't need to revert it if you've already fixed it. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't fixed it fully, then yeah, sure, you can revert it. But if you have already fixed it, you don't need to revert it. Well, aside from the test files definitely need to be gone. Your final thing should propose, or you should either fix the code so that I can deploy immediately, and so that these errors are completely gone, or you should, or you should uh, write a script that will fix the database so that this issue is gone. Wait, why are they soft deleted? I don't understand. Like, we shouldn't be keeping them if they're causing issues, right? Sorry, why should this ever be ambiguous? I'm not quite clear. Like, what's going on? There clearly is an issue in our database, like current state. Like, have you even looked into our database, or or like maybe like it was caused by the script? Like, I'm not entirely sure, but like the whole idea here is, at the end of the day, we should only have one knowledge base per workspace, right? It should only be one in our database and in retail. It's one-to-one relationship there, and it's just one assigned to the like the inbound agent and the outbound agents, and that's it. And the sources should be also like super simple to map and easy to understand. So I'm not really sure what's going on, but like this needs to be fixed immediately. Like we shouldn't have any weird backwards compatibility code. Like we really, it's really just as simple as like we need to fix the database right now and fix any code if that's necessary. It's really that simple. But be very, very careful. I do not want you to just like willy-nilly like edit the production database because this is very sensitive. This is production data, right? So we need to be very careful about what we're doing here. Well, if the source, like, it could be a source ID issue as well. Are you saying that the sources are the ones that have conflicts? Okay, so what should we just be like above is what Claude's take is. So could you write a script to fix this then? It should basically just like go through, clean up anything that shouldn't be there, resolve real things from retail, and just make sure that our database is in a perfect state. Hey, agent, data geek, how you doing? I'm currently working on a production bug in which severity is undetermined, but there is 500 errors in production at the moment, so I can't necessarily spend much time chatting or helping out, although I'd love to. Yeah, so agents, if you're still there, I'm currently working on a production bug that's happening. So for the, I ended up, you didn't pick up the first time. I ended up switching it, but I can switch it back depending on this discussion because I can see benefits of both. But basically, I ended up switching the task number 3 for ramp up from the Twilio thing to opening greeting templates, like just like simple, like 2 to 3, and then a little like AI refine button where they enter in like a little prompt and then it sends their main objectives along with the prompt to an AI pipeline. And then the like Sonnet, yeah. Um, I mean, I wasn't thinking. I mean, we could just set a soft limit of like sure. I mean, we could set a limit. I mean, it's not like an expensive thing, really. Um, I mean, like if um, but yeah, yeah. Because like, so my reasoning was like, it. He's gonna have to create a new API, and then also, he's gonna have to like build a new AI pipeline, like or one of our pipeline, like you know what I'm talking about. Um, and it gets him familiar with just like, yeah, I guess it just like it kind of gets him like it's an end to end thing, and then he also needs to think about the UI UX on like how is that actually gonna work? Like how is it gonna look on the front end? Um, and so yeah, and but yeah, anyways, in terms of like so cost, I mean like I don't think like I think like single API calls are pretty cheap for Sonnet. Like I was just kind of thinking like not even putting like my reason I wasn't even thinking of limit is just yeah, it, yeah, I think like if someone abused it, exactly. I think we could just have a time like a not a timeout like a just say like a or just simply like a time down where it's like you like after you do it you need to wait like a minute. Like that's just like a front end like thing. Because yeah, I kind of doubt people are gonna be using it. Yep. Yeah. So and yeah, that's true. That's true. I agree with where you're coming from. I think like we're actually coming from like probably the same standpoint. More so where I think where I'm refining things is like I'm being like I think a little bit or in my head like a lot more like realistic on like what is he actually going to like need to ask about, and like CMS like I think I would because the CMS workflow, I'm barely even familiar with it. I haven't validated that SOP. Anything that we put in here could definitely just be like something that's completely incorrect. And then I don't want to spend time today actually validating if it is correct. I'm sure you don't either. And so it's more like I'd rather stuff that we're not like abundantly confident on that we think like that yeah could be wrong that points them in the wrong direction or makes things more confusing than necessary. That's where I just like rather like just not have it. Mm. Like oh yeah. So I guess okay yeah fair. I see what you're saying. I think like the SOP for Prisma migrations, I am keeping that. Like so and the deploys. Like I'm just basically like what I'm encoding in here is I'm trying to just be like realistic. Be like what do I do like realistically? What do I do on a day to day basis over the last like 3 weeks? And I'm just putting I removed uh so yeah, the runtime topology and the tech stack, I just removed those pages entirely just because we have like internal documents for that. I'm not putting those internal documents on the HTML itself. I'm just saying, like, look at the internal documents yourself, and if you need to regenerate them, use the skill. Just because this is going to be live HTML, and that's scrapable, and so our entire architecture could be, in theory, like on the internet, which was kind of what we're trying to avoid. So I removed that sort of stuff. And in terms of the scripts and SOPs, I actually can't remember. I think there was other stuff like, oh yeah. In terms of just like the commands, like there was like commands to run in app. There's commands to run in common. Well, no, not like no. I'm gonna keep all the skills, but I mean, I'm gonna keep all the skills, but I'm basically like all the commands. Like it was like here are all the commands for CDK. Here are all the commands for you know, the app folder. Here's all the commands for the like common folder and the client folder. And it's like he'll see them, but it's just like at the same time, it's like I just feel like it's more useful to have like daily commands and then just write down the only commands that I run. Like I literally do not run any commands except for dev, CI, deploy beta, deploy prod, and the migrate commands. That's it. Prisma dev, yeah. Prisma dev, yeah. Which that's in the SOP Prisma migration. So, but so it's just like including all of those commands. It just seemed like it's like if I was hit. No, I don't actually. I think luckily it's still in there though. It's still in there. It's fine. No, I just orchestrate everything through uh Claude and Codex. I just get them to do investigation for me and just like give me the report. Um, um, okay, hold on, give me a sec. Actually, no, it's fine. So yeah, there's just a bunch of stuff, and it's just like I'm thinking from his perspective. It's like he comes in here, he sees like, you know, I don't know, it was probably like 20 commands, and it's hard just looking at that to determine which ones are actually the ones that I'm going to be using on a daily basis. And I think like that's where I just think it less is more. It's like there are just things. There's a lot in the code base, but I've deliberately made it simple so that you shouldn't need like no one should need to really even care about 90% of the commands because like the commands at the top level are the ones that actually matter. Um, so anyways, and then I put a section that's just like Kyle's typical flow and like just like wrote down like 1 to 10 like exactly like what its flows looks like. Oh, and in terms of that actually, I actually am saying post a PR so that I can like collect or that you can get comments from me. But I actually am saying just like leave the work on dev when you're finished instead of like getting it into main and deploying to prod. Is that something just because like I already do manage the deploy to prod frequently and stuff like that? Is that do you agree with that or okay. Yeah, it just kind of like because then I can just control the release cycle. I mean, I feel like it's just not I don't know. I don't think it's really like a much of a much of an additional step. Or maybe we'll give it. I don't know. I just don't feel too strongly about it. Um, uh, let me think. I can't remember what else I removed. I think it was mostly just like, oh, I removed the whole. Um, I think I just removed full pages, but then I'm basically like I'm keeping the AI development page, keeping the skills catalog, removed the stuff about Marvin, removed like for example the extension like you know possible stretch goals for ramp up tasks. The ramp up tasks also like prescribed very specifically about like how he should complete them and like what kind of like files are necessary. And I actually like deliberately removed those because I want him to like I literally and I put a little info thing at the top that says like lean on your AI assistant to like look at this linear task. I just included the linear task and I'm like these are the linear tasks that we are given as developers. And like I want you to like take this linear task, leverage AI to understand the code base, what you need to understand in order to complete it, and then complete it. Because I think generally like I don't yeah. Yeah, like the more that we can put on him to figure things out, because like the best engineers, like the reason you and I are successful in life, let alone building a startup or whatever, is because like we're proactive and we figure shit out on our own, and like we've just been doing that like since day one. And some people just have that in their nature, which I think we just kind of do. but then other people don't. And I have no idea where he sits, but that is definitely a skill that you can develop. So we just want to make sure that he develops that if he doesn't already have it. Um, yeah, no. So I don't know. I'll when I'm done this, I'll let you know, and you can just take a look at it. And then if you think, like, if you look at this and you like it, and yeah, if you look at this when I'm done and you think like, no, like I really like I think that this should be included, proactively rather than reactively, or if you think that there are gaps, like I'm not like I didn't. How do I say this? It's like I'm happy for you to bring that up as a discussion, but I think that I'd rather start from the minimal point and then work up based on what we both look at it and see after that, rather than start really high and then go the other direction, if that makes sense. Wait, change the agent. Wait, what? Why would why would he do that? So, but why didn't he just go in and like apply the? He could have applied the discount code or like gone into Stripe. Doesn't okay. Anyways, I gotta get back. There's like a production issue that I'm on. I think that Sean is running into it like right now, so I gotta work on. I think that there's a knowledge base related conflict with which is weird because I tested this in production, like literally in our EMLY code base, but there's somehow this conflict exceptions that I think he might be running into when it comes to yeah. All right, I'll let you know when I'm done this. Yeah, yeah. All right, I'll talk to you in a bit. All right, bye. Okay, so could you validate like all of the changes, like the unstaged changes? Uh, okay, could you validate all of the unstaged changes to make sure that this issue is like fully fixed after I deploy? And if you just broke the production code base, like you need to fix this immediately. Like spawn subagents to like manually backfill things and make sure that you're resolving the API keys in production if necessary and backfilling. Like everything should be perfect at the end of the day is where I'm getting from. Okay, I gotta go into privacy mode because I actually gotta uh, look into post hog, see if I can actually trace what happened here. Could you also just verify? Yeah, just verify absolutely everything right now that should be verified. Okay. I will be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. I will be back in about a minute here. Okay, you have one single objective. I want you to manually go through all of the workspaces in production. Make sure that they all have exactly one knowledge base in our database assigned to that workspace. Of course, only if they have had a subscription, because um, some workspaces don't actually ever purchase a subscription, so I don't think like they don't get a knowledge base in that case. So basically, just like you have one single objective. Go into every single workspace that actually is assigned an API key, and make sure that that workspace has only one knowledge base associated with it, and that's it. and then like make sure that that knowledge base is completely in sync with the knowledge base that is stored in retail. Okay, let's go back to this. I think that issue is now resolved, hopefully. Hey, ultra passive. Sorry, I was muted because I had a bunch of calls. I'm currently, well, I was debugging a production issue, which is now fixed, luckily, and now I'm back to working on what I was before, which is this onboarding document for the intern that is joining Emily tomorrow, but he's joining our planning meeting actually even today. So yeah, working on this, and then also still in the middle of just verifying some of the fixes to this production issue. One of the fixes was actually a production like bug that was due to a conflict error because we weren't updating the database correctly on one of our flows. And then the second issue is actually just an issue with our alarm flowing into Slack. So we got an issue in the DLQ, and that actually, anyways. So just some issues, but generally speaking, what I do on this stream is I build out EMLYAI.ca, the obviously just like the website itself, but as well as just the end-to-end call platform. So yeah, it's an AI receptionist platform. The idea is that you can have it so that Emily answers every call that would otherwise go to your voicemail. So no caller should ever go to voicemail. Or you could have it answer all of your calls. And in that case, she will actually classify or qualify like leads, et cetera, and then transfer it to you if it's like a qualified lead. And then there's also outbound, which we're continuously refining. But right now, you can actually set up an outbound campaign to basically call a bunch of people and sort of achieve a certain objective. So that's just sort of a very quick nutshell in a scrappy way, defining what Emily AI actually is. And then in addition to that, the stream is like also just filled with plenty of like my personal productivity stuff. I have this repo called the Brain, and I've built out like a lot of cool things that I leverage on a day-to-day basis. So feel free to ask more about that, like custom MCP servers for Claude and so on and so forth that just like aren't even available online, and no one's really done this. And I haven't taken the time to post these into their own repo yet, but I'm sure this would be useful to someone for sure. But yeah, and then other than that, I just play chess. That's kind of what I'm doing on this stream in a nutshell. Feel free to like ask any questions as needed. Okay, nice. Um, yeah, ask any questions about what I'm doing. But even beyond that, if you have any questions about like leveraging AI in your workflows, like various AI tools or uh, just yeah, like any tips or tricks or like things that are like eating up your time, feel free to ask. More than happy to walk through some things. Oh no, ultra passive is gone. All right, I was just talking absolutely myself in that sense, but that's okay. Talking to myself, that's nothing new. All right. Okay, back to this onboarding thing. So let's go back to this welcome Chad. Yeah, okay, nice. For the knockout dev setup, that's actually scoped. So like, if you look at the onboarding, if you look at the onboarding tab, it says knockout dev setup. I mean, it says plan for a couple of hours, but realistically, if you look at the onboarding, it like uh, it should say like we've allotted 3 days for getting everything up and running and becoming familiar with the code base. things you might be quicker, it might take a little bit longer, but the end goal is to get you up and running, so you can start contributing as fast as possible, kind of thing. But to frame it like it's only going to take a couple of hours is like, I don't want to put that pressure on them. Maybe step two should actually just be like, hmm, I don't know. This also like kind of seems like it might be like repeating the get onboarding, like the onboarding schedule. Maybe step two should, I don't know. I actually don't know. Use your best judgment. Maybe we can refine the way this list is overall. I kind of like the way it is, but it kind of duplicates like what's already there. So it should maybe be phrased where it's like treat get onboarded as like your source of truth. Definitely like you take a look into that. It's flexible or whatever. I don't know. Okay, so first, set up your local environment. Could you just make sure that hmm, I don't actually. Okay. Hmm. Could you look through my brain repo and understand like my actual system setup? You can actually see in the Bootstrap system folder like what I actually run and what I have installed and what I think is important and all that. Um, and then focus and like pull out the things that are actually like critical and useful for an intern to get set up with EMLY. I think that I honestly think that for the most part, I think that what's already in the dev setup guide is probably pretty solid. I just think that it needs to be refined so that it's just like very clear, where it's just like step one, step two, step three, step four, step five kind of thing. And we walk them through the entire thing end to end. And we, yeah, like hold his hand through it. When it comes to GitHub, also, you can actually just look for the email that we've been emailing him on, and honestly, just use that email. Actually, you can just, actually no, just remove the GitHub, like remove the GitHub part. Like obviously, we need to get him ramped up on authenticating or sorry, cloning EMLY AI. But aside from that, you can just skip the GitHub repo part. We definitely want to keep Git Kraken as a recommended thing. Very, very important. And we want to make sure that he's following AWS docs for sure. But actually, I'd rather instead of having this steps here, just say like I would rather just include the docs that AWS provides. Like we don't want to manage that in-house. Like just provide those docs exactly for how to get the AWS CLI like locally and how everything works there. Um, we also are probably going to want a section for installing like the CDK as well. The AWS CDK, that's probably a global install. We can definitely recommend that. Remove Whisperflow from recommendations. Remove CleanShot from recommendations. Remove Macy from recommendations. Is caffeine the one I use? I think it is. Is caffeine the one? What is this? Oh, it's amphetamine. No, yeah. Uh, Instead of caffeine, suggest amphetamine instead. And we should definitely include like Docker setup, because Docker is actually required. So it's not just like a IDE and productivity tools. It's like literally Docker. And instead of just having like IDE and productivity tools, instead just include this like in a step list, like step one, step two, like just include everything in just steps. And the only like real difference is just like marking some as optional and others as not optional. Or if you want an IDE productivity tools, you can just make that a step and then just make sure that they're marked as optional or non-optional. And instead of like a little description of each of them, I would instead just have like maybe mm, actually yeah, okay, we can have a description, that's fine. But don't include commands to install things. I mean, luckily you're actually removing CleanShot, caffeine, and Macy anyways, so that's already taken care of. But WebStorm, don't don't include that brew install. That's not even the recommended WebStorm approach. So you should Like all of these should hyperlink to the actual websites. Replace Whisper with Raycast. Remove the free student perks worth claiming part. It's just unnecessary. Can you remove voice agent compiler audit? Uh, Also, just remove the skill. I thought that we already deleted that, so I'm a little bit confused why it's mentioned in the EMLY specific specialties part. For the operating principles, well, first of all, Claude is actually remove Claude and frame actually just redesign that whole Claude code and codex section entirely because phrase it more like codex is the primary and then like we encourage you to like get Claude or optionally get Claude or I guess phrase it like we will reimburse you for the Codex Pro subscription or the $20 one or whatever, like the Plus subscription. Codex pricing. Yeah. If you're finding that you're hitting limits, like let the team know. And then for Claude, frame it as optional. And like frame it as optional. Like we encourage you to explore Claude if you're interested. Uh, but Emily will reimburse for codecs if there is, if you think that, or if there's like a serious reason, or if like basically just make it clear that if oh, Sigma. Sorry, Sigma. Sigma, how long ago was that? 12:31. Oh, we're already 4 minutes. I completely missed that. If you stream, one thing you'd want to be, one thing that you would want to be remembered the most. What would be one thing that you would want to be remembered the most? Grammatically, that's a very tough sentence to decipher. However, I'm going to take a guess at I'm going to take a guess that the phrasing is what would be the one thing that I would want to be remembered as the most, or like, when I die, what's the one thing that people want to reflect back on and say like Kyle was this. That I would do anything for my friends and family. Maybe. I don't know. It's the thing that like comes to my mind the first without really thinking too much about it. Because really everything that I do, or that I like, or that I like, mm, huh. So I'm actually going to go into, like, to answer that question, there is, let's go into my, where on earth? Vault. I think it's in quotes. No, 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 no. Thoughts, ideas, goals. I think it's goals. Oh, wait, this is the, what the, why is goals empty? Oh boy. There's actually way too much in here. I thought it was in goals, to be honest. Lease, maybe? Wow. Find in files. Uh, North Star. So yeah, there like this is my North Star that I wrote. The short version is I'm driven by achieving financial freedom to uncouple my time from economic necessity, allowing me to focus on family, well-being, learning, mentoring, being the steady, generous presence my friends, community, and even strangers can count on. The long version is I'm a lifelong learner and health enthusiast who invests daily, developing both mind and body, blah blah blah. My overarching goal is to achieve financial freedom so I can foster a happy, healthy family, further prioritize well-being, and devote more time to brightening the days of my friends and those around me. And yeah, so like overall, like my objective in life really is I really want to work unbelievably hard and hopefully have a broader impact on the world in my early years with admittedly sacrificing time with friends and family in the process. Of course, I still see them and I engage with them and I love them to bits, but admittedly, I probably spend less time with friends than the average person might. with the overall thought in mind that I'm hoping to achieve financial freedom, essentially uncoupling my time from economic necessity, with the overall goal that I can leverage that money to better support my family, my parents, my grandparents, and eventually my children and wife when that time comes, and focus a lot more of my time on mentoring and teaching others. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'll just double down on what I originally said. I think that if anything, if I want to be remembered by anything, it would probably be that I would do anything for my friends and family. Yeah, yeah, I'll just go with that. Thanks for asking such a thought-provoking question. I appreciate that, Sigmund. If you're drunk, I hope you have a freaking fantastic rest of your night. Drink another beer. Love it. Or whatever you're drinking. Um, okay. Where am I at now? Can you? Oh yeah, you can hear that, right? Whoever's in the chat right now, feel free to. I don't know if it's Sigmund or if it's someone else, but feel free to speak up if you have any questions about like technical questions, beyond what I'm working on, or anything you want help with, or want another perspective on from an engineer that is very familiar with just productivity flows and AI development flows in general. What the heck? Sorry, where exactly are you making all these edits? Because like all the Git, like, you still have the Git setup related stuff. I'm a little bit confused. I thought I told you that we're gonna remove the Git, right? Because oh no, never mind. I remember what I said now. Remove the bit about if you're on Windows. He is on Mac, so there's no issues there. Also, for the quick TLDR, that code block, and then you have like the then edit. So like, but you don't provide like any description on how to do that. Like you should probably provide like a command, like open ZSHRC, like run this, and it'll open it in your text editor, and then set the ZSHRC theme to this, add this or whatever. Um, and then actually, I would consider even finding the brain public, like actual like brain public URLs that I like file URLs on GitHub, and potentially even linking directly to that so that you can show him what my ZSHRC looks like, uh, in case that he wants to take anything from it. What the heck? Scripts. Emily is ZSHRC. I don't recall seeing an Emily ZSHRC. I think I gotta put this in a more visible spot. Like maybe right here. Whoa, I did not mean it to go like that. That's crazy. Oh, Emily dot. I see. Oh, cool. Didn't even notice that. Um, I'm curious, should we remove the like hourly cron and instead just have like Codec or Claude itself? Hmm. Never mind. Okay, what time is it? Oh my gosh, it's already 1. Holy shoot. Why are we including the state file for marks.json in the like in the public folder? That should not happen at all. And this like if this is happening, like this should be an allow list only thing, right? We shouldn't just automatically include skills and all of the subfolders in or subfiles in each skill. That should not happen automatically. I'm fine with creating the skill itself, and I'm also fine creating the state example, but we shouldn't have the state itself be public. Figmund, I hope you're doing all right. If you're still in the chat, I really wish that the actual viewers it could just show me the names. Like it would just be so helpful. But anyways, instead of having Kyle's typical flow, just say typical developer flow, and then remove the part where it says Kyle himself doesn't do the step since he is Kyle, but you should just remove that little like brackets thing. Sure. Do whatever you think is best. What? Is there an explicit step in the BB skill to review what is being included in the brain public and flagging or updating the public export JSON before making the commit? If that step isn't already there, please make it so that it is. For this whole thing, like why I'm kind of confused. Like, why is there even like prerequisites? Like, and it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, shouldn't it be like numbered things where it's like one, like install homebrew, two, terminal and shell, or wait, why do we even have we have a terminal and shell section, but then homebrew is outside of that section? That doesn't even make any sense. Just remove the prerequisite sections and just say one, terminal and shell, two, get and GitHub, three, and node and npm, like four, you know, uh, AWS CLI. Yeah, this is kind of confusing the way that it's written right now. What? Why are you saying that this makes no sense at all? Like, yeah, obviously that he's gonna run deploy. Like, look at the or look at the AI development and scripts and SOPs section. Like, yeah, he'll be deploying. Of course, he'll be deploying. Why would we ask him to do the CDK if it wasn't for that? Frustrating. Frustrating. Why is Fathom AI marked as required? Also, why is Fathom AI marked as required? WebStorm, why is that also marked as required? The only thing that is required on here is Docker. That's it. Everything else, I would say that WebStorm, Git, Kraken, and Raycast recommended, and then Amphetamine and Fathom as optional. Remove the little note at the bottom that says two hard rules for AI agents. make sure that you update like all of the commits that aren't public so that, you know, I guess they're respecting all the changes that you're making. Like, because there's 3 commits as well as unstaged changes that I haven't even validated. Oh, shoot, there was a bunch of stuff that I thought of last night before going to bed, and I'm now realizing I wanted to concurrently work on a bunch of things today, and I'm forgetting what they were. Features. Oh, yeah. New. In a work tree, could you fully use task planning and get a bunch of subagents to validate your, like, after the task planning is done, like get a bunch of subagents to like pressure test you and validate the changes? But effectively all that we want to implement is just the ability for team admins. So if like basically the conditions here is if you're on the professional plan that allows you to add team members and you have a team member on your team that's not just yourself, meaning that your team size is greater than 1, then there's some sort of selector in the bottom left corner of the sidebar that actually allows you to select across your teammates' workspaces and manage those workspaces. So when you actually select a new workspace, all of the data that is associated with your dashboard changes to match that workspace. So everything on the dashboard, everything in the inbox, everything in the AI receptionist tab, everything in the campaigns, contacts, call history, analytics. Um, Widget, the phone tab, the widget tab. I think that's probably it, according to my understanding. But yeah, just basically anything that's workspace specific and not like kind of tied to the user should be now um, scoped to that workspace. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Are you scrubbing things manually? If you are, then shouldn't that be programmatic things that are configured in the public export? Oy, oy, oy. Also, I never really cared about name or emails, so I don't know why you're doing all this, to be honest. I just don't want like details beyond name and emails. Like any like meaningful details shouldn't be included. Like for example, a description of people of who people are, etc. Okay, so that was one feature. In the typical developer flow, the first step should be to create a branch off of the dev branch to work in. But you can also say create a branch or work tree, but we recommend a branch until you're familiar with AI development first. So all the other steps should be moved down. What? 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 Wait, why are you removing agents? I didn't ask you to do that. There's not extreme personality. Like I don't know what you're talking about. There are not like extreme details or incidents in the agents files. If there are, like what are they? I don't think it's the agents files are actually that big of a deal right now, unless I'm wrong. For the operating principles on AI development, delegate or don't delegate understanding. Um, just reframe that to more so say like if you can't explain the general design decisions or you find that the like AI produced code is deviating from clearly established patterns in the code base, you're not done. Because like generally, if you can't like, we don't want to get. I don't want to make it seem like they need to understand every single little individual nitty gritty line, but they should generally understand what's going on and why things needed to change and where and how they impact the rest of the system. Um, for the use plan mode, I agree with what's said there. Just kind of offer an alternative perspective on that. Just being saying like, or use the task planning skill. For always run CI, just that's not even worth it. It's already in the commit. So just say always commit via the commit skill because the everything's baked into the commit skill. I haven't run CI manually like ever. Um, the two hard rules, no migration, no deploys. All that it should say is that AI should never migrate or never or deploy. You should always be the one that orchestrates those commands. That's really it. They're not operator only. You don't need to escalate. You can escalate if you need to deploy to prod. That's about it. Okay, so are the command is public like perfect then, and everything's good in public, and all of the commits that I'm about to push to like the live origin is are safe? For the skills, the daily workflow should just be the commit skill, the rebase skill, the task planning skill, and then the step loop no commit skill. That's it. And then it's fine for them to be duplicated below. Basically, like below should just contain all of the skills. So it's like, for example, because we're not going to mention CI anymore in the daily workflow, we're going to have to put it into like code review, the code review section, or something like that. You know what I mean? Okay, the reg messaging layer, like this should be broken up into like what you'd build, and just it should be like a pretty straightforward thing because like the in-house rag is really just building the rag system, and then like very simple, like when you actually send a request, you can get a response, and like that's kind of it. The messaging layer, I would treat that as a stretch goal. And so it should be like what you build, why it's interesting, and then maybe there should be like skills you'll develop. Uh, Maybe. And then there should be like a stretch goal section. But where it touches your code base, absolutely not. Remove that from everything. In the your primary project description at the top, we should also make it clear that all of the projects are like we chose projects that are meant to be extremely beneficial for growth and that we genuinely believe are going to give you the skills to succeed as an engineer as like yeah, as an engineer in the real world kind of thing. You just make that clear that like all of them have real benefit, like tangible benefits, and will give him skills that can translate into literally any job that he gets. I would say almost any job that he gets going forward. And then for number two, stretch goal would be post hog, like improving our post hog analytics. But it should be like relatively open ended, so you can just kind of come up with like a general description of it because there's so much we can do with post hog. So we need to make it clear to him that we don't even really have a certain thing in mind, but we do know that leveraging post hog to gain a better understanding of how users are navigating our app, and most importantly, potentially the like bounce rate and how users are like navigating our landing page as well, um, will be greatly beneficial to understanding patterns and actually like moving forward. And um, you could just make it like a post hog and increasing our alarming as well. So like basically like I guess goal number two, or just like the number two is like obviously we have this call analysis pipeline, and that's the core piece of it. But then the overall theme of number two is really just like visibility. Really, I think that's kind of what and traceability is what it kind of comes down to. And so the stretch goals will relate to that. And then the end-to-end integration, discovery, and build. I actually don't really know if I can think of a stretch goal for that because it's pretty open-ended the way that it's phrased right now. Okay, yeah, that's fine. If things are already on origin, it means that I don't really care. So are we good? Is the point? Is like what I'm getting at here. Like you got to realize like these GUIDs are meaningless as far as the public is concerned. Like what are people going to do with those? Nothing. Like they can't do anything. So why are you suggesting that they're a concern? I didn't even like mention this in the beginning. I'm just going to mention it now, and in case you missed it, like definitely try to reuse or like leverage our already existing like RBAC system if possible. If this includes like making it a little bit more robust or leveraging it in a better way, please let like include that. Yeah, definitely dial that back. Like really, this is all just about things that are actually exploitable or should be genuinely private. Like at the end of the day, this is my brain repo, and we're making it public for a reason, right? So things that are genuinely private, like it's really mostly just about like memory and like my vault items for the most part. Like if there are and like maybe some skills, but at the end of the day, the bar is kind of nuanced. So try to communicate that, I guess. Try to communicate the bar based on what your best judgment is. Because you get what I'm trying to say. Like I already said that, names are fine, generally speaking. Um, but we custom like a full profile of that person is probably not fine. A history of messages for that person is not fine. Like any state files that are exposing like sensitive information about like my chats or anything like that is not fine. But like things like, for example, my music history, like that's fine. Like I don't really care. So you get what I'm trying to get at? Across all of these, please do not be prescriptive for how things are going to go. For example, like you have a quality rubric, and then you have examples of what those should be, and then you have a scoring pipeline. Like what? Like aggregation. Like I guess like the scoring pipeline is the thing that I most disagree with. Like the whole point of this is to get them to get the intern to design this, like present options on how we can do this, because there's a lot of different ways we could implement this, and you're suggesting implementation for all of these. We should not be suggesting implementation. Even for example, like the core loop is straightforward: ingest knowledge sources, chunk them, embed them, and store them in vector index. Like no, absolutely not. You're prescribing what should be done. Like that's unacceptable. The whole point of this is for them to design a solution. Like we should be focusing more so on the problem and maybe like loosely mentioning some things if it's going to be helpful for context. But at the end of the day, they're the ones that have to like ask questions and understand the problem at hand and et cetera, et cetera, and like dive deeper and like all that. And it should be called out somewhere that like that's the point of these is that that they should come to us with additional questions and propose like good ideas or whatever. Um, yeah. What the? Why did you remove? Why did you remove the setup iTerm oh my ZSH and power level 10K like information and like copy and paste scripts? Like what? What? And what the? Why are you also saying like set the iTerm font? Like where'd you even get that from? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna kill AI. This is so unfortunate. Also, do you think it'd be helpful to just like link to the actual like my actual ZSHRC files or some files from my brain repo that might help him with some of the setup? Like just to see what my ZSHRC files are like looking like and sort of what's included in those, how they're structured and like how things are all kind of coming together there. Or yeah, I don't know. Hey, I was originally going to do this, but I'm still working on this like onboarding doc, and I gotta create these videos still. I'm just not sure about time. If you do you have time to like go into linear and just completely clean everything up? it just hasn't been like, aside from obviously me adding a bunch of stuff recently, it hasn't been like kind of touched, and like there's obviously out of date stuff, and we kind of want to get into a state where, uh, yeah, I guess just like we have. Well, I was thinking like, oh yeah, I guess also, yeah, I guess we would do that on. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, well, if it's not happening until after the meeting, it's not like that big a deal. I was just thinking like, oh, I see, I see. What in terms of the meeting, I'm just like wondering like how we should run that. Like should we? Mhm, mhm, mhm. Oh, god damn it, I forgot about this of. Okay, yeah. Yeah, yeah, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I guess like, yeah, I guess we don't need to do like a formal, like I was just thinking like if we should set the standard that we're like, sharing a screen, like going through linear, but I guess like that's not. Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. Sounds good. All right, I agree. Okay, cool. Then in that case, like the linear thing that I just said is less important. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I'll talk about it. Bye. I feel like in my ZSHRC, the auto jump is very, very misplaced. Could you organize my ZSHRC slightly better? Like that should, I don't know where it should go, but maybe next to the power level 10K, and instead just like make that more so focused around like terminal setup or something like that. Or like maybe just combine Oh My ZSH power level 10K and then that like auto jump thing all into one section. And then also like put a note that says also see like interactive shell UX at the bottom or something like that. I don't know, but yeah, the way it is right now does not work very well. Could you actually like look through my brain, look through my actual setup? Like what do I actually have a setup in as far as like my terminal goes? And just instead of like linking that supercharge your Mac terminal thing, I'd actually prefer just giving him like a script that he could like borderline copy and paste to just get him to like nearly the exact same like place as I am. Because for example, I think that like some of the ZSH setup, it actually recommends like cloning it as plugins, but I actually don't use it as plugins. Like I think that I installed those with Homebrew. I could be wrong, but like look into my setup and maybe just if you can fully like spawn subagents and deeply understand what I'm actually using in reality and how things are actually configured as far as my setup goes, if you can somehow create a script that he can copy and paste to pretty much recreate my setup, again, just focusing on the like ZSH and plugins stuff, I think that would be ideal if possible. Oh my gosh, whoops. Oh, nice. Okay, so if he copy and pasted that, what's your confidence level that he would actually have a working terminal environment 100% finalized? Or, sorry, as far as like, iTerm and oh my ZSH, power level 10K and all that stuff goes. I'm kind of confused by this AWS CLI section. Like, is this like is this grounded in what I have set up personally? Like, it seems like this is very prescriptive and guesswork. I don't like. I'm a bit confused about why are we creating two different profiles? It's just one AWS account. I'm very confused about this setup. It doesn't really make any sense at all. What? Also, the git clone for EMLY, I'm that's not even the right repo. So how? Oh my- Did you investigate my setup before you did that, or did you just blindly trust me? Also, the git clone and run EMLY. Are you sure that's correct? Uh, sure. You can go ahead and make some of those refinements. Do I even like for the iTerm2 font, like do I even have that configured? Like personally, if you can check, definitely let me know because I don't remember ever doing that. Also, for the in-house reg, the problem, I agree with what's being said here generally, but like the whole reason we're doing this is so that we can offer Chatbot to it's definitely like the primary benefit is to offer our widget to also be a chatbot. And then obviously the eventual goal is to be able to leverage it to move off of retail completely eventually. But uh, but yeah, I think the biggest benefit that we want to include here is that like the problem is that like we we want to develop a chatbot and our customers want the ability for like texting and the widget chatbot. Like that's the whole reason we're doing this. For why it's interesting on call quality analysis and product visibility, I like what you have here, but it should also be like, like this is going to involve like jobs and like async processing and useful the useful, I guess, engineering things that are going to be applicable to really any job in the future. So just I guess why it's interesting, just think a little bit more about like why it's technically interesting and worth it uh, outside of just visibility because it kind of seems a bit boring right now. Also, for the end-to-end integration, for some reason, the integrations that oh, never mind. Uh, for the why it's interesting, it should be like talk to real customers, defend a vendor pick, ship both front end and back end changes end to end, and see it live in production. That's what that phrase should sound like. Um, in the part where it says surprise us with how you tackle it, it should be like it should end with like a punchy like three sentence where it's like be wrong, be curious, iterate, something like that. After clone and after clone the Emily stuff. Wait, hold on. I just realized I talked about making sure that the clone and run Emily was correct. Like, are you sure it's correct? It doesn't look correct to me. Anyways, after that, you should include, getting environment variable details from Kyle or Josh. Could you just overall take a look at our conversation and make sure that everything I've said has been done? Because I'm feeling like you probably missed a few things. Oh shit. Got my laundry. Whoops. Could you fix? It should be like jad at emlyi.ca, and it shouldn't say SSO. It's not SSO at all. It doesn't need to be introduce yourself in Emily. Just say join Slack. About it. Or you know what? Like, yeah, it should just be join Slack. Get added to GitHub Linear Audio, whatever, and then for number 4, it should say start on your dev setup. And then 2 to 3, it should just be focusing on the architecture walkthrough video. Um, and then it should actually just say like finish the dev setup and start exploring the code base, and that's really about it. Or just actually no, it should just say watch the architecture video and finish the dev setup. Like that's literally all. That's all. Did you move UI redesign to the daily drivers as well as ripple check? Or sorry, don't move them. I meant more copy them. For the investigate and explore with AI and then do work alongside AI, just add a little like quick link that jumps to the AI development page to learn more about that. Also, like if you're gonna say SOP below, like every single actually you should just do an audit of like every single page on this onboarding doc should always link to other like places, like either pages or other places on the same page instead of just like leaving it open ended. Like if there's a reference that should be there, you should add it. Hmm. All right. Generally good. Oh, okay. Time two. You delete the duplicated JAD onboarding doc, the one in reference, and then just keep the one in public. But make sure that there are no updates that were made in reference that should have been made in public. And yeah. Anyways, after you delete that, just go ahead and commit. What the hell? Oh. And also update the GitHub setup to be just actually, you know what? Remove the GitHub setup entirely. Like remove the GitHub like setup. Like yeah, he already has GitHub, so it's fine. Just remove it. He definitely has GitHub installed and the CLI and everything's already set up there. Okay. Should I create this as a standalone brain repo walkthrough? Yeah. Yeah, this will be a standalone walkthrough. I'll just record it using OBS. Okay. Okay. What should I go through right now? Hmm. Okay. How should I go about doing this? Like, maybe let's do new note and then just do like one, why this exists, two, what's in here could be reused, three, walk through system, that is our C setup, for skills, faults, faults, fix, what should be? Hmm. All right, I gotta click this start recording button. But before I do that, okay, we're on OBS right now. Preferences, video doesn't even output. Where does it get restored? Or where does it get stored? Ah, I see. Stream videos, Brain Bolt. Stream videos unprocessed. Okay, so that's still actually the correct location, which is terrific. Okay, so what am I gonna do here? I'll just put this here. Hmm. This is a hard video to think about doing because I feel like I could spend hours talking about this stuff. All right. Whoa, is it already recording? Okay, yeah. So, hey YouTube, if you're watching this video, I think the primary benefit for most people is going to be understanding certain things that you can do with your Claude subscription to ultimately move towards exactly what OpenClaw was doing for you before they banned Claude usage, or at least Claude subscription usage on it. Anywho, so I'll be walking through some ways you can actually get closer to OpenClaw to the point that it's nearly identical. The only real thing you're missing is multimodal usage, but even that, there's certain workarounds you can do. Anywho, actually, you know what? I don't even like. How should I care about this video at all? No, I guess I can't. Okay. Yeah, I just gotta do this off the cuff. I mean, like, I got too much to do. Okay, so hey YouTube, if you're watching this video, I'm actually doing it live on a stream, no prep. For the most part, the reason I'm creating this video is actually just to support an intern that I'm onboarding right now, in addition to one of my co-founders, which is curious about the brain and how they can start to leverage it. In addition to, of course, just potentially sending this video to a broader amount of people that could be interested in the sorts of things that I've worked on here. So first things first, why this brain repo even exists, this brain repo. So like I originally created it just because I was like AI was becoming such a fundamental part of my development and it was editing files across my entire system, like my ZSHRC, which had a bunch of environment variables, a bunch of like hidden configuration behind the scenes when it comes to codecs and Claude and OpenClaw originally. All this jazz was happening in things that were in Git, like untracked directories, like not tracked by Git. And accordingly, the visibility into all these changes were slim to none. They were happening behind the scenes, and it got frustrating because AI is cooked half the time, and I needed to make sure that these changes were proper and actually tracked so that I could understand everything that is happening behind the scenes. And so what I ended up doing is just centralizing everything into one repo via a bunch of Symlinks throughout the system, and that's how it started. And then, nearly within like 12 to 24 hours, I started to think more about this repo as just the central location for really everything in my life that doesn't actually relate to any one specific project per se. It's more about just kind of my brain in general. Like I just what kind of drives my day-to-day usage of various tools and systems and skills, blah 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 blah. And so I started to tack on things like, a vault, which is very, very similar to like an Obsidian style like mind map, and other like CLI commands like text to speech, speech to text, other things that are just like common commands that needed to be run for any particular reason, like authenticating with refreshing authentication tokens, etc., etc. Anyways, lots of stuff that just kind of I actually just created a CLI, and so that I thought was cool. And what else? What else did I do? Oh yes, and then there was another reason why this exists. Well, it's not really why the original repo exists, but what's contained in the repo is really beneficial. Is that of course OpenClaw banned usage of. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the chat here. It banned usage of Claude subscriptions, and that immediately put it out of the realm of possibility for me, because I have a Codex and Claude subscription, like the most expensive ones, like the max ones, like $200, $400, whatever it is, Canadian dollars. And Codex just simply couldn't do it. I honestly hate Codex when it comes to conversational things. For most things, Codex is terrible, except for code itself, which is ironic, I guess. Well, no, I guess not ironic, just very understandable. I mean, Codex still takes the cake when it comes to just pure writing code. In every single way, I think Codex is optimal there, except front-end UI UX. That's where Claude wins. But, so I guess Claude wins in every single category I can feasibly think of, except for UI UX, except for writing actual code logic, like back-end logic. That's where Codex wins. So anyways, the way that I was using OpenClaw was to orchestrate sort of like iMessage bots and Slack bots, and just sort of kind of like orchestrating like overall flows that I had. And a lot of those flows depended on just the way that Claude operates and Claude's personality. And so when I switched over to Codex and it just simply couldn't do the things that I wanted to, especially not in the speed that I wanted it to be done in, it frustrated the heck out of me. So I figured out ways to move that functionality and replicate that functionality that existed within OpenClaw to Claude. And that functionality somehow, some way, doesn't exist online. So I just built it myself. And I think it's kind of cool, and it's going to continue to evolve. And anyways, this video is going to chat about it slightly, just a little bit. We don't have unlimited time, and I'm already rambling, so we gotta rip through this stuff. So, okay. Oh yeah, sorry. What those problems actually are, just to make it clear. One, the Claude job system only exists in the Claude desktop app for understandable reasons. However, that's frustrating for various reasons. One, you can't even set up like local jobs to be run from the CLI, and two, you can't, like, it's not, the jobs aren't actually a configuration driven jobs. So you can't even, like, there's not a job configuration file that you can edit just by like talking to the CLI and getting the CLI to edit a job. You have to go into the desktop app and actually like use the desktop app. And I don't want to use the desktop app. I just want to use my primary system. So that's one. And then the biggest one is channels. So they have an iMessage channel, but that doesn't work for the particular use case that I want. Whenever I have a bot, I want it to be its own entity. And accordingly, like the way I had OpenClaw set up is I have an alternative user called Marvin on my computer, so you can see it here. So yeah, you can see Marvin here in the top right. That's an alternative user which has its own iMessage account and is running the BlueBubble server, which then sends the messages to my current user that's logged in. And then everything is orchestrated through this current user. And so that setup wasn't possible with native Claude. So I had to build a custom Claude BlueBubbles MCP server. And so that's built out. So anyways, yeah, those two things are things that I've solved, and I'll walk through it a little bit on the video here. Okay, so what's in here that can actually be reused? So I think that honestly, the biggest thing that I think can be reused is just the ideology of what I've done, is centralizing everything into just one folder. Even if you don't clone this, I would just highly recommend this in general. Centralizing, even if you don't make it public too, you can just keep it in a Git tracked private non-push to origin folder. Centralizing all of your system configuration in just one place that is Git tracked. And then you leverage a client like GitKraken or GitHub UI or whatever to just visualize all those changes that are being made on a day-to-day basis. And so what that means is setting up a bunch of Symlinks. So I'm just going to go into the Symlinks configuration here. You can see all my Symlinks configuration right here. So you can see I've Symlinked all of the Claude related stuff, some of the stuff that comes from the actual Claude desktop app itself, a few other things, then also codecs. So kind of everything is Symlinked into here. And then you should see, I'm actually slightly confused now at this point. My ZSHRC is not in here. Well, what? How on earth is my ZSHRC not Symlinked? I'm actually gonna ask about this. Could you explain to me why my ZSHRC isn't in my symlinks.conf file? Like, isn't that something that is Symlinked, or am I mistaken? Anyways, okay. So I've Symlinked a bunch of stuff. And so we have the codec Symlinks and the Claude Symlinks and my environment, my ZSHRC. Now, another thing that the way that I've organized my ZSHRC is I actually have just, like, it's as bare bones as possible. But the thing is, I actually am someone that likes to produce reusable scripts and skills and so on and so forth. So skills, that's an AI thing. But for scripts, I wanted that to be directly accessible from my terminal, in all terminals. You're not mistaken. It is Symlinked. What? Am I just, like, unbelievably blind and cooked here? What the? Oh, well then, okay, could you, yeah, go, actually, I want you to audit to make sure that all of the Symlinks are in here. Every single Symlink it should be in this configuration file. At the end of the day, this is meant to be a source of truth. Sorry about that. Okay, moving on. So, where was I? We have everything Symlinked. I would highly recommend this purely just because then you can, any time that any of these change, you'll see it in your diff. You can see all the edits to skills and so on and so forth. And the ZSHRC. All right, so ZSHRC, the way that I have it set up is basically I just have one bare bones ZSHRC file that then actually sources my .m file, as well as basically just a bunch of scripts. So you can see this, this basically just loops through all of these scripts that I have set up, and it just kind of exposes functions. So you can see a bunch of kind of aliases that I have set up here, clipboard helpers that I sometimes use, codecs helpers, which I haven't used in actually a while now. The naming actually isn't very appropriate at the end of the day. It's some that just random development helpers. So I'm a huge fan of this, and then also it also sources my brain CLI, which is something that I'm actually moving towards. So the scripts are actually a little bit of an outdated idea or ideology, but you can see all the commands here. And actually, I'll pop into where are we at right now? What could be reused? Oh no, I'm diving into. I've lost my track. So I guess I'm on to this now officially. What here could be reused? I think I touched on that. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. But nevertheless, moving on. So systems at HHRC, yeah. I think that generally covers it. Probably not in a very well understood way, but nevertheless. So how you could reuse this is, I would honestly recommend, like I do fundamentally believe in the ideology that I'm recommending here as far as centralizing everything via Symlinks. And I do recommend setting up your ZSHRC where it's super lean and it delegates and sources from other places. So you can see how I source from all these scripts just to keep things organized, as well as I source from an environment variable file as well. And I keep that up to date. And of course, you get ignore the environment variable file. Oh, another huge benefit of all of this is that if your laptop, I mean, assuming you push to origin, your private GitHub, if your laptop goes in the ditch, you have like as a developer, you have everything that you can just spin up a new laptop very, very fast. Actually, that was part of the motivation why I did this. Okay, so system setup. Now Raycast, I actually have to just take a little pause to set up Raycast because this is more so for the intern that's joining the team. But honestly, anyone that's watching this video should benefit from Raycast. Raycast is fantastic, and honestly, a lot of people use WhisperFlow, and I actually don't like WhisperFlow for voice to text. I mean, this is my flow. Whoops, pardon. This is my flow for like recording audio, and you know, I click enter, and it shows the thing. I can make edits right on the page here, and then I click Command Enter, and it copies. I can also click Command H, and you can see all my recordings here. And yeah, it's a much better flow than WhisperFlow in my opinion. So anyways, that's one benefit of Raycast. But beyond that, it's just Raycast is just a superior Mac finder. Really, that's all it is. I mean, you can look into the documentation of Raycast and see what all the benefits are there. But after you install it, you basically just need to do a few things to get it set up. So first things first is you go into, I believe it's maybe Spotlight. I actually don't know. Yeah, okay, maybe the reset quick keys. I actually don't even know. Let's go just keyboard shortcuts, because I know that it's fundamentally keyboard shortcuts that you need to adjust. So keyboard shortcuts, yes. All right, so you go to keyboard shortcuts and then you go to Spotlight and you turn off these because you just never want them anymore. Screw those. And what you want to do in Raycast, so let's go into Raycast settings, and you go into the general, and then you just assign the Raycast hotkey to what Spotlight used to be. So Command space is my preference, and yeah, that's what I just go with. After you do that, I would recommend that you install, really the only thing I personally go with is, well, the three things that I use Raycast for is clipboard history. So I have an alias to C, and this is just, I haven't changed this just simply because my brain got used to it early on, and I just never figured out, I never bothered to change it. So like my brain is just like automatically, I do Command space, and then I click C, and then I click Enter, and that's the flow that I use to get in my clipboard history, and it's super useful for, I mean, everything. I also have a shortcut for gists. Oh no, I actually removed that, but that's also helpful. Going back into the Raycast settings, the thing that gets me to the point where I can do voice to text is, what is it called? Transcribe? No, it's like whisper. Yeah, whisper dictation. So install this whisper dictation extension, completely free. There's no, I mean, you have to install with the Whisper CLI, but yeah, there's no, it doesn't cost a single dime, and I guess that's really all there is to it. Okay, so yeah, that's really all. I mean, and you can see that I assigned my keyboard shortcuts here. Now, I love keyboard shortcuts. I'm a big advocate for assigning keyboard shortcuts that actually make sense when you think about like the keys that you're clicking. So I mean, why do you think I have the word V? It's because voice, right? And then H is obviously history. So like, I always love to assign keyboard shortcuts based on that, and honestly, it helps you remember them in the week that it takes for your brain to adjust so that you just automatically do it from that point onwards, and it's huge for the program. It's really just about that first week, just getting you through that first week, how you set up these keyboard shortcuts. Okay, so that's the Raycast setup. Would highly recommend Raycast if you don't already have it installed. All right. If you're interested in any other softwares that I use, pop into the Bootstrap system and you should see a probably mostly up-to-date list. I'm sure there are things missing from here, but nevertheless. All right, moving on to skills. So this is another piece that you could reuse. Now, there are plenty of skills that I leverage in Claude. Actually, I guess they're mostly in Claude. I haven't copied a lot of them over to Codex because Codex, I honestly purely just use it for AI development, and that's about it. So there are two locations that skills could be useful to you. They're not even in this repo. Oh my gosh, they're actually they're in the Brain public repo, but they're not in the Brain repo itself because it's part of the export script that I have. They're actually copied over from the .ai folder. This .ai folder is because I have a script that runs and copies the skills into .claude and .codex, so they can be reused across both. Anyways, a bunch of these skills could be useful for you. But then again, these were created very, very early days when skills like just came out as a concept, and now a lot of these are being replaced by like really heavy frameworks like the Get Shit Done framework, Superpowers framework, and a bunch of like skills and plugins and all that jazz. So some might be useful, some might not be. I still use some of them because I think that they're actually a little bit more lightweight and better than some of the other shit that's out there. But nevertheless, they're there if you want them, and customize them to your desire. The commit skill actually is something that I do find pretty solid. It's just because of the way that it's written. It basically looks into linear, finds a relevant issue, and then suggests if you want to link it to the linear task, and then it comments in linear and links it to your commit. It changes the linear task status, and then it assigns it to you if it's not assigned, blah, 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 blah. So there's some cool stuff that's in here, but I don't know how useful it would be for your code base specifically. Aside from that, I do think that there are plenty of things in my Claude skills that would be useful. So let's pop into Claude. I'll just quickly talk about anything notable on that front. Skills. So I copied over a bunch of things that are actually embedded within the OpenClaw skill setup by default. So, you know, navigating Apple Notes, reminders. What else? I don't know. I'm sure there are other things in here, but yeah. So there's that. Generate or edit image. So this is a good one. It's basically just like it gives Claude. I mean, of course, there's an additional cost here because we have the Gemini API key involved. But it does give Claude the ability to generate images, and that's especially important because I have Claude embedded with as an agent that's actually like talking in a bunch of chats and like iMessage chats, like for fun, and it's really fun to just be able to generate images and stuff like that. So a generate edit image is kind of a solid skill that could be reused. I'm sure there's other things out there, but it's lightweight, it works, and yeah, it does pretty well. Okay, so the GOG skill. So the GOG skill, now, this ultimately, there is an official GOG skill, I believe, and this one is... The reason that this exists is because, by default, the Claude desktop, and just the way the Claude works, is bound to add to clear... Yeah, sure, go for it. My recommendation, don't add it. Sure. Anyways, so the reason that this exists is because Claude by default only actually allows you to add a connector for a single account, whether it be Gmail, Drive, Fathom, anything. It's all bound to a single account. So I started like, and it pisses me off because like I have work stuff and then I have personal stuff, and I might want it to create draft emails for personal stuff versus work stuff versus other things, and maybe access multiple accounts. There are other scenarios where I maybe want to like log into like one of my team's things and like access their stuff as well. So anyways, I would highly recommend GOG if you don't already have it. Oh, in addition to that, even beyond the fact you can't do multi-account, another limitation is that you can't draft emails in the exact Gmail thread that already exists using the default Claude connector MCP. So that's a real dumb limitation in my head. So if I'm going to be using Claude to draft emails, I want it to be in the thread. So my draft email actually skill is what it does is it effectively looks through all my meeting notes. It looks through all my history of like emails with this person. It looks through like understands my voice, and it does a bunch of stuff. And then it creates the thread, and it's like super helpful. And I can do this across my personal or my work Gmail. Okay. What else? Okay, so we're walking through some things that might be helpful for people. I don't know. I have Marvin control my music throughout my entire home. I use Sonos and I use Apple, so it's a very unique combo. So I needed to create. I mean, it's actually in the CLI. I have a bunch of custom music commands that I had to create because of just Apple doesn't play very well with the world, so I had to like work around a lot of that stuff. And at this point, I can literally text Marvin. Marvin is the bot that I have running 24/7 on a BlueBubbles, responding to BlueBubbles messages from my personal. I can text Marvin to do anything. I can anything that Claude can do, Marvin can do. And part of what Claude can do is control my sound throughout my home. So I can, and it has this system where it tracks, it understands like what my preferences are. It tracks like how frequent it's playing certain things, so it doesn't replay things over time, et cetera, et cetera. It's a pretty cool setup, but I'm just pumping my own tires at this point. I feel like it's not very useful to the rest of the world. A very unique setup here. Yeah, okay. Sync Fathom, understand it. Okay, yeah, this is all just stuff that honestly I don't know if that would be helpful for you. All right, Vault. So the Vault, there's really nothing else to it. I mean, it's simply put, it's really just what it comes down to is it's a markdown, lightweight markdown based Obsidian Vault. It's just a mind map. So relies very heavily on cross-linking between files, and the reason that this exists is so that when I iMessage Marvin, I can just brain dump a bunch of things and it'll just organize it into this vault. But the craziest part about this is that actually I have a video processing pipeline that processes my streams every single night, which can be up to 10 hours, and it'll extract a bunch of things from the streams and actually classify it into my vault as well. Some of it I have to do some quality related maintenance there, and I've been putting it off for a while, but it's kind of cool. Like I literally have I'm growing my brain. I'm growing like a documented version of my brain, which is, I don't know, it's interesting to me. That's about it. The way that I'm thinking, etc. And another part of that pipeline actually that I think is kind of neat is this fillers timeline. You can see how often or how much I use the word like. It's quite impressive. So I use the word like 18 times for every 1,000 words, which is wild. Okay, moving on. So the vault. Okay, so the launch D channels and subagents. So this is where I talk about the Claude limitations and how I overcame them to ultimately get closer to OpenClaw. It's honestly identical, I would say, to OpenClaw. Well, okay, it doesn't have multimodal support yet, but as I think I mentioned earlier in the video, you can work around that using skills. As you can see, I have a skill here that generates or edits images with Gemini. I haven't done it yet, but I've been meaning to actually create a skill to actually just leverage the one-shot codex messages, because it could totally send one-shot CLI codex messages, and there you could leverage codex for just not back and forth communication, of course, but still kind of cool. So you could do that, but that's the only thing that's really missing, the multimodal part. Everything else, I'd say it's pretty much there. Especially if you have to enable team, the team option. I think it's in settings.json. Yeah, Claude experimental agent teams would highly recommend this as well. Okay, moving on to how this is set up. So now there's two problems that I mentioned. The first problem is BlueBubbles. So I do have a custom. Oh, you know what? No, I'm gonna spend. These are too complex to get into. I'm gonna very briefly touch on them here, but these deserve their own video. So I have two custom servers running, MCP servers running on my computer 24/7. I have a BlueBubble server, an MCP server, and you can subscribe to that MCP server in different ways for different channels, and then bind them to specific agents. And then I have a scheduler, which actually has a jobs JSON that looks very, very similar to OpenClaw. The reason this exists is because it doesn't exist for the Claude CLI by default, so I just recreated it. And this is an MCP server, this is the MCP server, and then this is the launchd, like the daemon that actually runs on my computer 24/7. And what this allows the system to do is basically I can now schedule jobs whenever, and then I have a single Claude session that actually listens to those jobs 24/7 and will run it locally. So there's two types of jobs. There's either the spawn delivery job, meaning that it's just a one-shot that will spawn a one-shot CLI session, and then it'll just do the job itself. I don't have any job tracking yet, or I do have runs, I guess, but I actually didn't even think about, clearly there's like, okay, no, just tick. Oh, these are just ticks. Yeah. Okay, this is different. Anyways, okay. So I have the run. I don't have much documentation there yet. But anyways, there's spawns, but then there's notify. And notify is where I actually have a channel configured, like a session that's running on my computer 24/7 that actually listens to those messages or whatever messages that it specifically subscribes to. So I actually have, if we go into my Claude JSON somewhere, Claude desktop, no, that doesn't work. No, not here. This one? Yeah. BlueBubbles. Yeah. So you can see here that you can see already that you can see how I've kind of scoped out specific servers to specific BlueBubbles, I guess, conversations. And then you can also see this here where I have two schedulers. I have one that excludes that basically it excludes tags, and then some others that includes tags. And then what I have is I have a Claude session that is spun up via a system alias here, and you can see basically every single time I turn off or on my computer, I just run. What I do is I literally just run this in 4 different terminals, and I just keep them running. They just sit in the background. That's it. And so you can see how I'm using agents here. And the reason I use agents is because agents have memory by default, which is much stronger than the basic Claude memory, which is surprising. But I mean, they have instructions baked into the actual agents document itself. You can see the way that it generates this. And anyways, that's why that exists, and you can control the personality of stuff. So I have like the personality and the function access and all of the stuff that is configured for my personal iMessage one is very, very different than the one that's configured for this like jokeful channel that I have with a couple of my friends that are just like playing around with Marvin. And then I have another one for my iMessage group chat with my founders, and they're all configured and they all have their own individual memories as well. Very, very different. And then I have the cron one that just listens to my cron sessions, and you'll notice that this actually listens to the BlueBubbles Marv sucks, which is like the actual BlueBubbles entry, and then it also listens to the scheduler, which subscribes to very specific events from my jobs. Okay, none of that probably made sense. I'm going to do a deeper dive. I guess that's a wrap for today. Hopefully you have a general better idea of what this all is all about and how it comes together. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, I guess that's it for now. So, peace. Okay, so that is one. And I actually got to pop into system. No, not system. Vault, stream videos, unprocessed. There was one. This is probably the one, longer one. Yeah. Oh, 27 minutes. Oh my God. I gotta work on being more concise. That's actually absurd. All right. Well, I guess let's just sick AI on this one. Let's do /new. Actually, no, let's do /vb on that. Control. There we go. And let's put this into a new folder called like. Actually, I'll just put this into Vault YouTube videos and then drop it straight in here. Factor. Okay. Okay, so what I want you to do is I want you to upload this as a draft video, or no, not draft, sorry, you can't even do that. I want you to upload this as a private video on YouTube with a relevant and descriptive title and description. Now, including chapters of the video. So how you can go about doing this is ultimately this is something that you're going to have to come up with and figure out as you go. There's no skill for this developed. However, you can look into the process video pipeline that is meant for stream videos and leverage some of the same sort of thoughts and ideas and commands and sort of stuff from that. I'm not asking you to run the full pipeline for this video because effectively it's supposed to be a standalone YouTube video, but that's effectively you can leverage some of the ideas from that if you want. But yeah, your end objective is to have this video uploaded as a private video on YouTube with a title, with a description, according to your best judgment. All right. Oh, and with what? Chapters. Okay. So that's that. Oh, that was a rough first video. There's no doubt about that, but that's okay. It's okay. It's not meant to be perfect. That was just meant to be a natural Kyle ramble, and I'm also rushed, so it is what it is. What do I have? I have like Okay, so first things first, deploy this. And then I got to I gotta do a walk. I have to do I have to do. Should drink some more water. Okay. So I gotta deploy this to prod. Him run deploy prod. Probably deploy beta after, but do I have any migrations? No, I don't. Okay, so I gotta create a video for the intern that actually is like a core part of the video, or a core part, or a core part of onboarding, which is walking through our architecture and how everything is set up. I'm trying to think about what part of that should be streamed versus not. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna actually pause the stream here, and I'm just gonna do this video completely separately. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Okay, that's I guess that's part one of today's stream done. It's already 2:50. I I'm gonna get no coding done today. This is really like, well, I will. I get some, but definitely not as much as I wanted. I was really hoping to make a bunch of outbound improvements today. Curious, do you actually agree with the design, or do you think that what you just did was more of like a hacky patchwork thing? Like, did you feel that it flowed well, or did you feel like it was forcing a square into a circle hole? Uh, yeah, okay, that's part one of day 31. Wow, we're at one full month of stream. So yeah, day 31, maybe concluding, maybe not, maybe we'll be back, maybe not. But at the very least, I do want to play a chess game today. So yeah, you'll probably see me back here. So yeah, anyways, day 31, what did we accomplish today? Well, a bunch of just intern onboarding related stuff, to be honest. I think that's really all that I've focused on for the most part. Well, I've kind of dealt with the bug here and there, but yeah, anyways, okay, day 31. Bye for now. I'll see you in probably a few hours here because I got do this onboarding walkthrough, which it's not that sensitive, but at the end of the day, I'm going to be going into level of detail into our infrastructure that's probably not good to have public. Uh, and then after that, I have a big planning meeting with the team in which the interns actually be joining. So, all right.